There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. We request you to keep your mask on and to sit in your designated area. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, let me go through this. The only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the ministers in Cluster 3, which is governance. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question on. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through virtual platform is unable to do so, to difficulties of technology, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. Members asking supplementary questions or raising points of order may remain seated when doing so. The first question has been asked by Honorable D.R. Direko to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Just a quick qualifier, requesting you when in the House to remain seated. All it means really both seated in the House and or on virtual to avoid being recognized before starting to talk. That's essentially what it means really, that I've been informed that the Minister will be answering questions through the virtual platform. Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker and all the honorable members. The answer to the first question is that, first of all, there was only one municipality that was under 139.7. And what we have done to assist those municipalities that had unfunded budgets, as you know, the budget issues are really under Treasury. So the Treasury, National Treasury and Provincial Treasury deal with this matter, but we also participate to align with the integrated development plans. Then an assessment was done municipality by municipality, and they were assisted to redo their budgets and make sure that in their redone budgets, they also include how they are going to pay the arrears to ASCOM, to the water boards, to pension funds, and so on. And this process was done, and in February, it was then completed. And of course, there has to be a council resolution that shows that they are willing to stick to the proper budgeting process. So the equitable share was only withheld in December after all this was done. And then in February, some of the municipalities whose budget had been corrected, they were then the equitable share was restored. And then the Treasury, both national and provincial, will also monitor that everything is going well. But we are also under Section B, we are also having plans to establish a rapid response teams that can go to the municipalities to assist them. And also the municipal infrastructure grant, which these municipalities were really not able to utilize, and the money was being returned. We have now, working with Treasury, agreed that those municipalities that are not able to spend halfway through, we will reallocate the funds to MISA, and then MISA will work with the municipality to implement the projects that they want implemented. And in some of the municipalities, like in the one that is under 139.7, we have sent a planner and an engineer. Treasury has sent an administrator, and we are working together with the municipalities to assist them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The next, the first supplementary question is by Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, we really appreciate your response, which gave more information on what we needed. However, Minister, we understand that budget is the responsibility of the municipal council. But in some of our municipalities are still failing to stick to proper budgeting process. Hence, they are still adopting unfunded budget. So I would like to check from you that is there any formal coordinated program between the National Department of COGTA and Treasury to assist such municipalities in this regard of adopting a budget that is funded? And where this budget is not funded, is there any plans in place to assist these municipalities to ensure that they stick to what they have instead of budgeting for what they don't have? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Direko. First of all, let me say that following all these processes, we as COGTA are going to be engaging these municipalities. We will send the Honorable Direko the schedule of the municipalities that will be visiting, the departmental officials will be visiting to assist them so that in the next budget cycle, they are able to budget better. The visits start on the 22nd, and we're going to be visiting 43 municipalities. And we hope that these visits will assist so that in the next cycle, the budgeting will be better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The next supplementary question is asked by Honorable C. Brink.
Thank you, Chairperson. In reference to municipalities in distress, one of the big problems is often that there is lack of clarity on what administrators are permitted to do in relation to the council, to the mayor, to the municipal manager. It's been almost a decade since a draft Intergovernmental Support Monitoring and Intervention Bill was first prepared. Minister, when can we expect government to bring a bill of this nature to Parliament so that there can be clarity on what administration actually means? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and Honorable Wink. The bill is almost ready. We have to take it to Cabinet, but before we take it to Cabinet, it has to be certified by the state law advisors, and then also to get the social impact report. So that's what we're doing now. As soon as we get those reports, it will go to Cabinet. Then from there, you know the process, Mr. Honorable Brink.
Thank you, Minister. The third supplementary question is by Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yes. Please allow me to keep my video off. My network is very bad. It keeps on logging me off.
It's okay.
Honorable Minister, the President of the Republic during his SONA response emphasized the statement by Honorable M.M. Hlengwa saying that since all development is local, municipalities should empower through increased budget allocation to meet the demands of development. I would like to know that, and I appreciate your response. It gives a clear picture of how far you have went. But what I would like to know, what are the other measures have government implemented since then to enact the above statement by the President, as water delivery, sanitation and treatment remain a problem throughout the country? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majosi. It is true that water is a problem for the country. We are working closely with the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The Minister of Water and Sanitation has gone around almost the entire country and looking at the problems, and is putting together a plan, working together with the district municipalities to assist them. I know, for instance, we were just discussing about a week and a half ago with him on the issues of Jozini, where there is a dam, but people don't have water. And we discussed the plan there. And the plan was that, amongst other things, is going to get the water board to assist the district municipality to make sure that water is reticulated properly to communities. So he is doing those plans district by district. So there is work that is being done. It's not the only one. Mutimulo, there are a number of them that he has put plans, and he's continuing to put plans to ensure that this water issue is resolved. And where there is no source of water, we're also working together, sometimes using MISA as well, to, in the meantime, to dig boreholes that can supply the water. So a lot of work is being done. But as I say, we're working with the authorities that are there for water, like water and sanitation and districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next supplementary question is by Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is happening more and more that municipalities do not comply with legislation, and as a result, service delivery is neglected or there is no service delivery at all. But it is the core function of municipalities. Yet, in terms of the code of conduct for councillors, no councillor may vote against existing legislation. By approving an unfunded budget, it is in contravention of the MFMA. National Treasury found that unfunded budgets is such a material contravention of legislation that they are withholding equitable share payments. Do the Minister know of any consequent management that the ANC as a ruling party implemented against its councillors that approved such unfunded budgets? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. I thought I was here as Minister of Culture, not as ANC disciplinary committee. But let me say that to Honorable Groenewald, yes, we do talk to the political parties because indeed a lot of the problems also has to do with the behavior of the councillors and councils. We do talk to them, and as you know, we've also got a law now, a legislation now that says if a councillor is found to have acted wrongly, they cannot be re-elected within 2 years of that incident. So yes, we are doing something to actually do what Mr. Honorable Groenewald is saying about consequence management, but we also talk to the ANC, but also other parties. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is 145, asked by Honorable Sheikh Imam to the Minister of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs Minister. It's your turn again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh Imam. I think your question, just give me 1 moment. I've mixed up the questions here. Just 1 moment, Chair. The question from Imam is about whether we will ensure that local government structures establish comprehensive central database in terms of tenders issued and contracts and names of companies. We will not do that because Treasury already has that kind of database in their e-portal. And also municipalities are required to publish the tenders and contracts on their own websites. And also on notice boards. And they are also required to create lists of names of companies to whom they have awarded the tenders. But the tenders and the awarding of tenders is dealt with by Treasury, not ourselves. That's why the e-portal for that is administered by Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, what prompts me to ask this question is, and I do understand that this falls under Treasury, but I also think it falls under corporate governance for the purposes of good governance. Now, we know what is happening at local government level. There's a lot of lobbying going on between political parties. Monies are changing hands. Tenders are being given where private sector is funding the political parties. There's a whole lot that's going on where we're not getting value for money. So what I'm asking, and this is not available, it's not being published, is that local government, all spheres of government, wherever there is procurement, let us be transparent. Let the public in those areas, advertising, know what is going on. What you're paying per item. So you know for the per examination pad, you're paying R9.99 or 999 rand. You know, it's estimated we lose hundreds of billions of rand in this country. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We will indeed discuss again with our Treasury colleagues, because I was under the impression that their e-portal does work and does have this database. But if there is a problem, I will talk to my colleague so that it becomes available. Because I do agree that we need to be transparent about it. Some countries, you just go into a municipality and on the notice board, you see everything. You even see projects that are still ongoing, see how far they are, how much they are costing, who's doing them, And I think we must go towards that kind of situation where we are really completely transparent.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I won't give you unsolicited advice about the quality of your notifications. Please switch them off. My ear is very musical. I like lovely music, but yours is not quite, if I may say so. Just switch it off, please. The second supplementary question is by Honorable T.G. Mpumza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to keep my video off.
Go ahead and call me Deputy Speaker.
Oh, Deputy Speaker.
Yes,
Sorry,
thank
Deputy
you very
Speaker.
much. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, municipalities are required to publish supply chain management contracts on their website in line with Section 75 of the FMMA. And additional that are required to publish the description of goods and services and infrastructure projects, as well as bids and the PPP status level of all contribution of the bidders. With reference to the response given to question number 360 of 30th November 2021, has the Honorable Minister taken any steps to ensure that in the interest of transparency, all relevant procurement information is published by municipalities, including on expansion and deviations? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpumza is correct. Municipalities are supposed to do that and supposed to also, the transactions are also supposed to be reported to Treasury, as I said. But in our future, in our future plans, in our future structure that we are requesting, we are going to have people who are going to be based in provinces full time and who will be able to then monitor and assist municipalities if they have network problems to deal with those issues so that indeed everyone does do what they are supposed to do. And we are going to, I was checking even last night, quite a number of them, maybe I didn't check all of them obviously, do publish on their website, but we will make sure that we working with Treasury that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary is by Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, it is an open secret that some 50% or so of our municipalities are struggling to function as going concerns and or are dysfunctional. This can be also verified by the numerous reports of the Auditor General on the status of our municipalities. Now, in the light of this, what is your department doing and how is your department going to prepare, support, and hold accountable those municipalities that do not comply with municipal and national legislation pertaining to the databases for tenders and contracts awarded to companies and or individuals? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, that this particular function falls under Treasury because the MFMA is a legislation that is administered by Treasury. But we do try and work together with Treasury, but the responsibility for that falls under Treasury. But as I said earlier, that as a start, we are going to be visiting 43 municipalities amongst which are those that are dysfunctional, in fact, most of them. And the reason for us dispatching officials to go to municipalities is to precisely try and sit with them to assist them. But you are also working with SALGA, with the School of Governance, to also see that, to ensure that capacity is built within the municipalities. But of course, municipalities must also employ people who are properly qualified, because if they don't employ people who are properly qualified for the job, that's where also sometimes things go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Groenewald, it's your turn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in 2018, the Matlasana municipality procured a new accounting system at a great cost to the taxpayers of Matlasana. This accounting system could not be implemented, although the taxpayers' money was spent. As a result, the municipality reverted back to the old system. No benchmarking was done by the municipality due to the fact that the 10 entrepreneur was a friend of the ANC. But if they did, they would have learned that the accounting system did not work at 4 other municipalities, and could the loss to the taxpayers be limited by quality assurance of products. These companies is registered on a central database to be able to qualify and apply for tenders. Thus, is there any system or procurement in place to assess quality assurance of products and services before they are procured by supply chain processes? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, I don't know how many times I have to say that the procurement is done, and the people who oversee it is provincial and national treasury. It's not COGTA. We work to try and assist, but that responsibility, because we don't administer the MFMA, it's administered by Treasury. But because, as Imam said, we are interested in good governance, we also put our shoulders on the wheel to assist. But I think sometimes we must ask the questions from the departments that are directly involved.
Thank you, Minister. The next question is 150, and it has been asked by Honorable A.S. Mhlongo to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. I've been informed the Acting Minister Zulu will be answering questions. Yeah, I saw her going out.
Can I request that you take the next?
I will. I'm already doing that, Chief Whip. Thank you very much. Let's take question 160 that has been asked by Honorable Schreiber to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. I've been informed that the Deputy Minister Pilani Majake will answer questions on behalf of the Minister. The Deputy Minister will be answering the questions. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Chapter 10 of the Constitution, Dr. Schreiber, covers the basic values and principles governing public administration. Section 1951, I stipulate that public administration be broadly representative of South African people with employment and personnel management practices based on ability, objectivity, fairness, and the need to redress the imbalances of the past. The White Paper on Transformation of Public Service, 1995, was adopted and aimed to transform the South African service into a representative organization in line with Section 10.2 of the White Paper, which advocates for the introduction of reforms in the procedures and the recruitment, selection, and promotion of staff to promote greater equal opportunity in public service. Section 3(1)(c) of the Public Service Act of 1994 makes reference to C, the condition of service and other employment practices for employees, D, for labor relations in public service, E, for health and wellness of employees, F, for information management in public service, G, for electronic government, H, integrity, ethics, conduct, and anti-corruption in public service, I, transformation, reform, innovation, and any other matter to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of public service and its service delivery to the public. Legislation governing the filling of the post in public service are as follows. The Labor Relations Act of 1995, that is Section 5 of the Act, that actually focuses on protection of persons seeking employment. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act of 1997, Section 29 thereof, which actually focuses on written particulars of employment. The Employment Equity Act of 1998, Section 5 to 8, unfair discrimination, this is what it focuses on, unfair discrimination, medical testing, psychological testing, and the Public Service Act of 1994, the Public Service Regulations that actually supports the Public Service Act of 1994, and collective agreements, determinations, and directives within public service. In summary, the intention of recruitment based on the broad principles is to ensure that a transparent, fair, and competitive process is followed in order to appoint the most suitable candidates who are fit and proper for the positions as advertised. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy. I've been informed that Honorable M.M. Gondwe will take charge of the question in terms of 13710A. Well, essentially you mean because the other is not available or something like that. Is that so? So why do you have to be so complicated, man? No, man. Okay, go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister, on 20th January 2020, the ANC's Cadre Deployment Committee met at the St. George Hotel. At that meeting, the ANC directly interfered in the appointment of the DG of the Department of Public Service and Administration and the appointment of the principal of the National School of Government. Honorable Minister, given that your department is directly tasked with the responsibility to create a capable, ethical, and non-political public service, do you believe it is appropriate for the Minister of Public Service and Administration to be taking instructions from a political party on who to appoint in the department? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Gondwe. I think with what I've just presented now, it was actually just demonstration of processes within public service in terms of appointments that are actually based on fair, non-discriminatory processes that are supported by legislation. I've just read the whole number of pieces of legislation, including public service rules that are actually supposed to be adhered to in appointment of personnel for public service. So thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.M. Tuli from the chamber.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are so pleased that you were able to explain and elaborate on this matter, and we hope that everyone does understand as you've put the matter on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Kilamile, Honorable Deputy Minister, you want to say a word?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank you for the question, Honorable Mtuli. It's just an endorsement of what I've just seen presented in a way that actually explains the principles, procedures that are ethical, that follows norms and standards within public service. I thank you.
Okay. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable C.C. Mutsepe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, for the DA cadre deployment means employment of Black people, and that for them is bad, regardless of the qualifications and expertise of Black people. They are emboldened in this notion because of the action of the ruling party, which has repeatedly employed people whose sole purpose is stealing from the public, while leaving out thousands of fully qualified Black people who can contribute towards building the public sector. What plans do you have to limit political interference in the appointment of DGs and DDGs in the public service to allow them to do their jobs without having to consistently worry about their often corrupt political principles? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Public service doesn't have anything that is called cadre deployment. It's something that is an assumption just meant for political point scoring to actually make the department and probably the leading organization in government to look bad. As I've indicated right at the beginning, I've actually articulated clearly how employment is actually carried out in public service. And this actually nothing that actually is the very legislation that is actually adopted by this very house that I'm actually in now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, it's your turn
Yeah.
on the last on this question here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, let me start off by saying all political parties, wherever they govern, they only employ their own people. There is no doubt about it. But what is important here is that also the president in the Zondo Commission has admitted that yes, indeed, the deployment committee existed and that people were appointed. He knew of them at some time and others he didn't, but he could not do anything about it. Now, the question, Deputy Minister, is learning from our mistakes, what measures can we put in place to ensure we have independent bodies responsible for appointments and deployments all over the country in all spheres of government? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Public service in South Africa is one of the areas of government that is actually meant to ensure that there is effective and efficient service delivery across government to the people of South Africa. And ourselves as the executive, and probably also the leading party in South Africa, we take this very serious. And because of the constitutional democracy we actually work within, we will always remember that we are supposed to be guided by legislation, by the precincts of the Constitution, and whatever we do, we continue to adhere to those precincts of the Constitution. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to the previous question that was meant to go to the Acting Minister Zulu. This is question 150 that is asked by Honorable Mhlongo to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. So Acting Minister Zulu will be answering questions. Let's hear you, Honorable Acting Minister. Microphone manje usenzansi mawumile kanti mawuhleli uyakwazi ukusondeza.
Awuthi ke ngizame chairperson. Uyangizwa ngithi chairperson. Deputy, yes, ngiyangizwa ngithi ngizwa kahle. Ngikwazi ukuphendula kahle mangime ngeenyawo. So I wish to thank honorable member for umbuzo. Ngiqale ngokuthi Minister Maite Nkwana Mashabane use New York meeting emqoka kakhulu kabi for women, the convention on the status of women. That's why engicela ukuba ke ngithi ukumela esaphumile seyomela iSouth Africa. Yes, in monitoring coordination of multiple initiatives inclusive of youth employment, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is working with partners in government, such as the Project Management Office, PMU, in the Presidency, the National Youth Development Agency, NYDA, Department of Employment and Labor, Trade and Industry and Competition, Small Business Development, namanye njeke ama-department esibona ukuthi ayakwazi ukuthi ancede kwi-employment ye-youth. Other partners are in civil society such as Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, Activate, Southern African Labor and Development Research Unit, the University of Johannesburg, etc. As conceptualized in the NYP 2030, this partnership ensures that youth employment is tackled through collaboration with different stakeholders. All these partners are part of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention announced by President in his February 2020 State of the Nation address as comprehensive response to challenges of youth unemployment in South Africa. The intervention is coordinated by the PMO in the Presidency. The PMO coordinates the National Pathway Management Network, which will provide active support through multiple channels to support the entry and retention of young people in the labor market. Furthermore, it is worthy to note that 23,114 young people were capacitated with skills to enter the job market. 9,292 youth were supported with non-financial business development intervention. 831 youth-owned enterprises were supported with financial interventions, and 3,905 jobs were created and sustained through supporting entrepreneurship and enterprises. Important to note is that jobs were created and sustained through entrepreneurship development derived from 3 programs, namely market linkages, voucher and grant programs. These jobs are either created or sustained as a result of the intervention offered by the program in business with young entrepreneurs. And then B, yes, the DWYPD developed the monitoring and evaluation framework for national youth policy. The framework has, among others, the indicators of youth unemployment. Data is requested from different stakeholders on programs and projects aimed at creating jobs. This framework enables department to monitor progress on the high-level indicators as part of tracking implementation. And in addition, there is integrated youth development strategy developed by the NYDA, which will soon be presented to Cabinet for approval. The strategy encourages society-wide cross-sectoral actions and programs at developing and empowering our youth at local and provincial level. And I know, Chairperson, that this is what government does, and we are very conscious of the fact that jobs are very difficult to find. The economy is not doing very well, but we're hoping that between government, the private sector, and community, we can create the opportunities for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can the acting Minister of the department, can she enlighten the House on what the department, on findings the department has of the monitoring and evaluation framework of the National Youth Policy that it developed? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Acting.
Honorable Member, ngiyaxolisa nje ukuthi kuzofuneka unokushifta kancane but kuyafuneka ngisukume ukuze kwazi ukuphendula umbuzo. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Any evaluation that is done with an intention of appreciating and understanding what are the challenges that are faced, so that when we develop policy, but not only when we develop policy, when we look for partners, we must be able to be very specific about what the challenges are. And in my answering the question earlier on, I did indicate that sine problem yemisebenzi, sine problem ye-economy engakhuli ngokushesha, so that abantu bakwazi ukuthola imisebenzi. And because of that, yiyo into eyenza ukuthi kakhulukazi abantu abasakhula, young people, many of them who, by the way, if I may add, what Department of Small Business Development, kulaba abathola i-350, sayenza i-research esibonisayo ukuthi those who are not getting the jobs are in the middle, in the years of 25 up to 40, and that is actually the period when young people are supposed to be in jobs. So working together with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability and all other departments, any research that is being done is supposed to be used by all government departments. Ngiyabonga.
The second supplementary is by Honorable MGE Hendrickson. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Since the start of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and the National Pathway Management Network Innovation Fund in 2021 and other programs to actively address unemployment amongst our youth, can the Acting Minister elaborate on successes so far and whether the programs such as enabling youth to access learning and earning opportunities are accessible to youth living in deep-rooted villages, for example, in the Umuzu-Wabantu municipality villages like Kwamasu under King Mashi, Kwamboth under Queen Promise, Mabotu, also Mapami village, which has an ocean with fish and a forest with the most straight trees in South Africa, and also Maslatini village in the Umdoni municipality near Bremer. Has the Minister been helpful in providing these villages with free internet connectivity to access learning and earning opportunities? I do parliamentary constituency work in these villages and really care about them, and I want to know whether the Minister...
Your time has expired, Honourable Member. Acting Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Maybe I should start from a point of, in order for you to get a full appreciation of the questions that you have asked, I will ask the department to provide you specifically, because you are asking about very specific projects. And upfront, with regard to those specific projects, I was not given the answer specifically for those projects. I'm not sure whether the department was given the follow-up question where they should have put the information together. I will be upfront with you and say the specific areas you are talking about, I cannot respond to right now, but I promise that I'll make sure that you get the necessary information. And of course, I'm very much appreciative of the fact that you are the parliamentarian, the MP that does the oversight over the executive on this, and that your interest is to make sure that the people that you represent and the constituencies that you go to need to get the necessary information. With regard to free internet, I think you are very much aware of the fact that government at all levels, government, national, provincial, and local, is doing a lot to make sure that we give people free access to internet connectivity. And you are very much aware of the fact that there's been engagements with the telcos, all of them, the telcos, to make sure that they work with us in this one, because the more people have this free internet, and especially young people, the more they are able to access the information they need for either schooling or looking for jobs, or even those that are doing businesses. So Honorable Hendricks, apology that I'm not able to give you the full answer. I will make sure that you get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, in order to enhance youth employment, considering that we have a 70% unemployment rate in the country, Now, this matter was raised before on the challenges that we face, and it must start from the TVET colleges themselves. They should be speaking to the skills needs so that more people can be employed. What you find is that the TVET colleges, based on the availability of lecturers, the curriculum is created, not based on the skills needs of the country. And that is why you would find not many of the youth are being employed or entering the trade, like plumbers, the electrical, and many other fields, including the agriculture things. What mechanisms can you put in place to ensure there's some level of coordination between these colleges and the skills needs of this country to ensure that we enhance employment in the country, particularly among the youth and women? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh Imam, and may I also thank you, because one of the things that you always do, you keep us on our feet, you write to us, you ask us the question, you tell us what is happening, and we respond as much as we possibly can. With regard to the question that you are posing, yes, I think it's been said so many times that the skills set that is produced not only at TVET colleges is not actually the skill set that is needed in the new industry. But I do want to say that from a government point of view, from science and technology, Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education, there is now a focus by government, which government cannot work alone. Government here must make sure that other, especially the private sector, which needs these skills, must work together, because you are asking me about the mechanisms. And the view that we have is that we need to look for a new skill set, considering the fact that technology is also running very fast. We have artificial intelligence, we've got a whole new way of technology that is happening, and therefore it's important for TVET colleges in particular to change their curriculum and change the way they are working. In fact, if I may also add my own practical experience, because as a Department of Social Development, working together with basic education, working together with women, youth, and people with disability, we've got young people who are coming out of matric, who are coming out of schools where there's free education, and the department through SASA is paying for their fees and all. And we are now looking at how can we be able to assist them to go to the right TVET colleges, to choose the right subjects, so that when they finish their technology, when they finish the college, they are then able to get the jobs. But importantly, we also think that young people must be assisted with starting their own businesses, and therefore the importance of small and medium enterprises here is very important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting Minister. And Honorable Sukers, you asking the last supplementary question.
Deputy Speaker,
on this question.
May I, with your permission, put the question on behalf of Honorable Sukers?
It's allowed.
Thank you. Honorable Acting Minister, one of the biggest barriers to economic advancement and employment for youth and women is access to further learning. One such initiative is to advance learning is the National Senior Certificate for Adults, which obviously includes young adults, which when implemented would provide access to further learning and training for millions of school dropouts. Will the Honourable Minister and her department join the ACDP to call for the urgent and better implementation of this policy, as it provides a bridge to employment and learning programs? Now, I appreciate, Acting Minister, that you might not be able to respond to this question at this stage, but you might want to comment in general or revert to Honourable Sukers in this regard once you have the relevant information. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Honourable Member, thank you for the follow-up question. Yes, we don't mind joining you in calling for exactly ensuring that this program is implemented. And I say so, yes, because Honourable Segers and myself, we've agreed on going into certain communities and dealing with the issues which are being faced. And even with this one, I agreed with her on issues that are related to social development, but I'm 100% sure that Minister of Youth, Minister of Women, Youth and People with Disability wouldn't mind going onto a campaign like that, because quite frankly, this is exactly what we need to do to make sure that the young people, firstly, the recognition of the National Senior Certificate, but also the implementation of a program that will make it easy for them. We'll gladly do that. I'll pass the message to the minister, and I'm 100% sure she won't say no to it.
Thank you. Question 100. No, we've done this. Let's go to the next one. 173, right? Yes, Honorable Mkalipi has asked the question to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Mkalipi, Deputy Speaker, uyangithanda kakhulu. Ngibona nje ngemibuzo angibuza yona, ngibuza nje nemibuzo nje engeyona into efanele ngabe uyibuza kumina, kodwa uyangibuza. Ngiyabona ukuthi hayi uyangithanda impela nje Honorable Mkalipi. Ngoba Honorable Mkalipi ungibuza ngempesheni. Manje impesheni akuyona into elungiswa ukhokha. Impesheni into ezilungiswa kwa-finance, kwa-treasury. Kodwa-ke kubuya ngithanda ngibuzile ukuthi impesheni, ngicela ukusho ukuthi cha, angikwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo mayelana nempesheni, ngoba akumina engizisebenzayo impesheni. Kube mina bengizophendula impela nje kahle. Ngiyacela nje ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha nangokukhulu ukuzithoba ukuthi lo mbuzo mhlawumbe uye e-treasury mayelana namabhodi impesheni kanjalo. Ngiyacela. Ngiyacela impela, Deputy Speaker.
I think, Honorable Minister, the Questions Office too has a responsibility to do this. Honorable Mkalipi asks a relevant question, so the Questions Office needs to have redirected it to the correct place. And now what it means is that the supplementary questions on this matter, given the fact that the minister is unable to deal with it, will have to be handled elsewhere. You're raising your hand, sir. Yes, tell us. Why are you doing so?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This is now the second question that the Minister has said should actually be referred to Treasury. Often many issues are cross-cutting, but the fact of the matter is that this is the municipal pension fund that falls within under municipalities, that contributions are made by municipal councillors. And while it may be to deal with prudential issues, it is the responsibility of the Minister then to consult the Treasury about what her and Treasury are doing on this specific issue. So I'm not sure that it's fair just to say, well, you know, it's the Questions Office. If the Questions Office is deemed that it is a suitable question, the Minister must answer the question.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Yes, I think it's unfair, Deputy Speaker, because we wrote and we follow all processes in terms of the rules of Parliament when we pose questions to the ministers. And above that, Deputy Speaker, this matter was also discussed in a COGTA meeting, which is the PC, of which Minister Dlamini is our minister in that portfolio committee. So therefore, I don't think it's fair just to process all the questions here, and only when we are expecting the minister to respond, that way we get an answer to say that we love ministers, that's why we ask questions that does not belong to their portfolios. This matter was discussed in her portfolio committee. So therefore, I think the minister must try to answer.
Before that, Minister, let me reply first. I think I need to reply that Chapter 10 of your rules, part 1, 134, number 5, A and B reads as follows. No question may be addressed to any person other than the member of the cabinet. And importantly, questions must relate to matters for which cabinet members are officially responsible. That's essentially what the minister is saying. She is. Minister, you were going to be speaking. Go ahead and speak. I said, let me reply. I've read the rules. Now you reply, Minister. You wanted to speak earlier on, rather? Yes.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I was just wanting to respond to the honorable member who said this is the second question I've referred. I've answered the 2 questions that were asked. I answered supplementary questions. So it's not correct to say I did not answer the questions. I said they must be referred to Treasurer. This is the first one, because honestly, I don't deal with pensions and I can't lie and say, this is what is happening, this is what is happening. And you have assisted me also with reading the rules. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member, you're raising your hand there.
Deputy Speaker, you've referred to Rule 134 here, where you talk about particularly 5B, that it must relate to matters that officially are responsible for the cabinet members. The reality is that the minister did go to the Portfolio Committee to present this very matter, which is now in the question paper. The reason why this matter was not kicked off by the questions office is because it does relate to her official duties on some level. While it may cross-cut other departments, the reality is that, excuse me, Minister, I'm busy.
Order.
Honorable.
No, honorable members, let the members speak.
Honorable
You can't. Angikwazi kumkhupha edla. Iman. Angikwazi kumkhupha edla.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The point that I'm trying to make, many matters in government are cross-cutting across departments. If one aspect of a matter is dealt with by a minister, it is in effect an official duty of hers as per the rule that you have referenced. And it is of due respect that I think the minister must answer, because then what did she present in the Portfolio Committee if she can't answer now? Thank you.
All right.
Deputy Speaker.
Let me clarify.
Let me give Honorable Minister, just hold on. Let me hear what Honorable Groenewald wants to say.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My hand is quite up a while, so please make sure that you look at the hands on the platform as well. Deputy Speaker, the minister, or the question that I want to ask in relation to the pension fund is directly under the minister in terms of SALGA's involvement into this. And that's why I think that, especially in terms of that, that department do fall under the minister, and I would request that she then answer the question so we can move forward, please, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Minister, please respond.
What? I never respond.
Honorable members, you want the minister to speak to you. Just hold your horses. Let the minister speak. Yeah.
Angizange nje ngipresente nge-impatient. I-Portfolio Committee yabiza i-pension fund ukuthi izopresenta kuyona. Hayi ukuthi mina ngapresenta nge-pension fund.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable members, the issues you are raising, the minister has responded. And Honorable Bahube, the minister says it was the pension fund that presented to the committee. And this is why this is, just give me a second, there's a reference here. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the guidelines of the National Assembly on question.
That's it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Number, ma'am. Say F.
It's in the guidelines. It's published in the APC.
Okay. Honorable members, my attention is being drawn to the guidelines for responding to questions. and asking them. And it's F of those guidelines. And it says questions may not be asked about the action of a cabinet member for which he or she is not responsible to Parliament. It is not in order to put a question to a member for which another cabinet member is more directly responsible, or to ask a cabinet member to influence a colleague. So in essence, what I understand this to mean is that this question that has been posed, the minister best responsible to answer it is the minister of who deals with pensions and so on. Now, we've read you the rule, we've read you the guidelines, and I think the best solution is that we get the minister responsible directly to respond. I can ask the minister to respond. I've been asking her to do so, and she's replied and given you her response to this. What do you want to say now, Honorable Gwahube? No, you tell me.
I have a suggestion.
What's your suggestion? Yes. Hold on. Honorable members, let me chair the meeting, please. Don't scream. That's out of order. Let's be appropriate for a while. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
My suggestion, Deputy Speaker, is that we must now discuss this because COGTA will always have cross-cutting issues because obviously there are many other entities which COGTA would deal with. So we need an understanding from you and your team how then best to deal with this going forward.
Yes.
Because of course the minister can't then come every single time and say it doesn't directly affect me. So please can I ask that this be looked into?
Yes, in the manner of speaking, I know we do that every time she will say this. She hasn't done so every time. No, I'm just cleaning up the language. But I agree with you that the best place to deal with, because these guidelines for answering questions comes from the rules. We will place it on the agenda so that we clean it up. If you think it needs cleaning up, please bring your suggestions there. We can't discuss that in the House right now here. So thank you very much, honorable members.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, we've made
No. I'm chairing. You wait a minute. Go ahead, honorable member. What are you saying now?
Chair, Deputy Speaker, in terms of Rule 134,
yes,
the question was placed with the Questions Office, placed on the order paper within the prescribed timelines. If the minister felt that she could not answer the question, she should have notified the Speaker's office to say that this question is not for her.
Yes.
She chose not to do that.
Yes.
And that is directly infringing on the member's right to ask the question.
Yes.
And she didn't do that. And I think that yourself need to have a word with the minister that if she believed that this was not in her purview to answer, she should have said so within the time frame, which she did not do.
I will do that. I'll have a word with the minister. Yes, sir, speak.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think that this House will go into chaos if we don't respect rulings. I request that the rules must be implemented to their letter. There are a lot of breaches which has occurred here. The previous people who were asking questions had asked, some have asked 3 questions and then of overturn your own rulings, and then this thing will lead to chaos in the House. I request that there must be that consistency.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Groenewald, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in relation with what I said earlier as well, and in terms of the rules that you read, my question is still pertaining to specifically SOLGA and SOLGA's role that they play in the directorship within that municipal pension fund. So if it will allow me, Deputy Speaker, then to ask at least my follow-up question. So, because as soon as the other minister comes, the minister will say also, but that doesn't fall under him. So now I'm sitting with a problem to whom am I asking this question then? So if you will allow me, Deputy Speaker, to ask my question.
Yes, no, I won't allow you. I'll take what you're saying. I'll ask you to give us that question so that in addressing this question in the Rules Committee, we provide a broader, not necessarily only on this one, but a broader one so that you get answers that you're going to be responded to. let's not, what's the word? Oh, I nearly said something hectic here. Yeah, let's not over milk the cow now. Please, I think you made an appropriate observations. We would like to have answers. As a result, Honorable Mukhalipi, unfortunately, we will not be able to have any other supplementary questions because of that. No. I'm saying you ask the question. There will also be no supplementary question because of the reasons we have given. I'm aware it's not a supplementary question. I was just gesturing to you as the original asker of the question. That's all. So let's go to the next question.
I'm calling an order.
What is the order? Yes?
No, but Speaker, I think you, as a person who's presiding over this meeting, you owe me an apology because it means that Parliament misled me as a member of Parliament when I was doing my oversight. So now you can't just brush it away as if I have not done my oversight here.
Honorable Member, can you allow us? Can we allow us?
No, can I finish?
I request your indulgence. We can't be on this matter for so long. What I'm suggesting is that we will come back to you, allow us to go and discuss it in the rules so that we bring to the House an appropriate response.
I do take that, Deputy Speaker, but I'm saying we bring the question here and we have follow all the proper procedures in terms of bringing the question. I think you as a presiding officer today, you owe me an apology to say that you as Parliament have misled me. That's what I'm saying, Deputy Speaker. Going to the rules, discussing this matter is another thing. But I'm saying now, I was misled by Parliament to say that I'm going to do my oversight to the Minister.
Madam Honorable Member Mukhalipi, you are jumping into a dangerous conclusion and I disagree with you and I have ruled on this matter and we will proceed. You will hear from us after the discussions in the appropriate structure. With the greatest of respect, I'm not entertaining any more discussion of this matter. Thank you very much. We go to question, I think it is 152, am I correct? Yes, 152 by Honorable Kibi to the Minister in the Presidency. I've been informed that the Minister will respond to this. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let's appreciate the question. The DPM indeed has published guidelines on the impact evaluation, whose purpose is to assist government departments to effectively plan and manage impact evaluation. Randomly, the DPME does at different times do go and do on its own the impact assessment. The recent strategic planning assessment has demonstrated that only a limited number of these assessments is being done by various departments. It is against that background that our overall evaluation is ongoing in this regard. On the tools, we are indeed using various tools to do this work. Firstly, the annual performance plans. Recently, we've introduced what we commonly refer now as National Annual Planning Tool to align MTSF with a given year of planning. And then the department does monitor government performance on a quarterly basis, also in biannual terms, at times also using electronic quarterly performance reporting system. Biannual reports are submitted to Cabinet to ensure corrective measures. With regard to evaluations, up to now, we're focused on implementation evaluation. We are actually turning that around to make sure that there is a healthy balance between monitoring and evaluation in order to ensure that as we implement, we are on the predetermined direction. And of course, lastly, the other new tool is the district development model, which is driving one plan, one program, and so on. Those are sort of tools that we are using. Thanks. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kiwi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Honorable Minister, noting that the department issues guidelines to departments to conduct impact evaluation, does the department monitor and assess whether the guidelines are effectively implemented by the departments to yield the expected outcome? If so, what are the findings of the assessment? I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. That aspect is being carried, but we have come to accept that it is not carried as frequent as it is supposed to. As a result, I will show as we continue to give answers that we've been doing what we call the biannual examination on 6-month basis and only evaluating pure activities. We are changing that to go on quarterly basis, as I've said already, to balance between monitoring and evaluation. It is only after that we will be able to give a full and a sound answer to your question, Honorable Member. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you don't sound well. And if you have a fever, please, man, should you be here? If it is true, I'm serious. If you're not well, sir, please, man, don't, and especially, you shouldn't overlook your doctor's advice. Please, we know it's important to be present on duty all the time. And if it is correct that you do sound as I suggest you do not feel obliged to stick around.
Well, Honorable Deputy Speaker, unless you chase me out, I feel okay.
I don't know whether it's about you alone.
Deputy Chair.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, can you also ask the minister to wear his mask, please? Because when I read, his nose is like it's very.
Yeah, I know. He was speaking. This is why he didn't have it on. And normally, when you speak, we ask you not to put it
on. But he went on not wearing.
Very much. No, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed. I raised the issue, and if we are assured this is not a problem, I hope we're not. Okay. Honorable Metlua. KJ.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You actually made me worried because I'm sitting directly opposite the minister. Minister, clearly the tools to conduct impact assessment has been in existence since the inception of our Constitution. Our Constitution referred to the Auditor General and the Public Protector of South Africa, let alone the PFMA that is also in place. Whatever government is going to do to assess the impact on how money is stolen, clearly it is not working. The fact remains that the irregular expenditure is at a record high. Minister, my question does, how will any new tool be different and more effective in ensuring the prosecution of corrupt officials in government departments? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me with the mask.
No. When you speak, it's okay to take it off briefly.
Thank you very much.
Because we don't want you to muffle the sound. I appeal to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, we mainly deal with the performance. And of course, when we produce results, they are mainly oriented to make assessment and evaluate performance. And you are correct that if there are irregular expenditures which don't pass the test, there is something wrong. If you listen to me when I was introducing this, that one of the instruments we're introducing this year is something called the National Annual Strategic Planning Instrument, which is a tool which is tightened to ensure that the MSTF goals are structured and properly followed in a given year. And two, we have done assessments of annual performance plans 2 times now before for this coming year, 2022-23. We are doing a final checkup in the coming week so that before they enter the space, we want to make sure that they pass the test of the theory of change. And our attitude, Honorable Member, whilst it is important to look at the rear mirror, we're spending a lot of time now using the windscreen, may less before. So in other words, I take your questions very serious, and I hope the measures we are introducing now will make a difference. I may not say a lot about the measures that happened there before, but we accept a lot hasn't gone right. That's why a lot of reports, be it on corruption, Zondo Commission, other is because a lot has not been going right. All together as colleagues in cabinet, we are trying to introduce measures which think are going to work, hoping to reduce the irregular expenditure as you have articulated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You may now put on your mask. Honorable R.N. Komani.
Let me take a question as a whip on duty.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, one clearest indicator of the fact that government at a national level has no clue of what is going on across national, provincial, and local sphere of government is the reality that years after year, the Auditor General releases reports about the state of government departments across all spheres. Municipalities are dysfunctional, the education system is collapsing, public health is on its knee. Why have you not used the reports and recommendations of the AG reports in order to address the systemic and chronic inefficiencies of governance across these 3 spheres of government? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. I think dealing with the member preceding the member on platform, I've just said, we acknowledge just, it's not even us revealing anything. There is a lot of things that we have to deal with. One of the things we're doing, Honorable Member, we in Mahikeng just recently introduced what we call integrated planning, monitoring, and evaluation framework, introducing institutionalization of this mechanism. As I'm talking to you now, we are looking at having a session with the premiers, mayors, so that we ensure that this system that we are trying to check up, both in balancing evaluation and monitoring, is not only a story of national, it's a story that is shared by provinces. And we're also saying the frequency of monitoring is going to improve more, especially on catalytic projects, monthly and more on quarterly basis, so that we're able to pick up things on time. We hope, again, implementing the jacked up system now that we're going to execute. We hope to get better, hopefully to deal with some of the issues you've already raised. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majosi, it's your turn.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, across all departments, and especially in relation to crime within the Republic, we are not only seeing persistent challenges, but also increasing crime statistics. I would like to know what tools have been put in place to assess the impact of current resources in government efforts to reduce crime across the board. Minister, will measures be taken to increase the budget of entities who are failing to address the needs of the service delivery, where measuring tools indicate insufficient budget, non-compliance with regulations and irregular expenditure? If not, why not? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the budget by the Minister of Finance, he has added no less than 8.7 billion to the police. And the President announced that more than 10,000 police will be trained and a number of related personnel will be trained. The other issue is, as you know, against the Professor Mufumadi's high panel report, a lot of stories came out there against which plans have been put in place. All those issues, the intention is to deal with crime. Over and above that, as I'm saying, APPs, annual performance plans, they cut across all the organs of the state, whether you're a state-owned entity or a department. When it comes to state-owned entity, I'm sure again, if you remember what the Minister of Finance said, he said it's no longer Father Christmas as usual in accessing finances by them. If you want to access finances, a state-owned enterprise, before the minister, you must put a turnaround plan that pass the authenticity test. So all those measures in total, we believe that they should be able to deal with that. I hope I've tried to answer your question and with this underlying concerns. Thanks.
Okay, the next question is 144. It's been asked by Honorable MGE Hendriksen to the Minister and the Presidency. The Honorable the Minister. Yes, 144.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. The ministry in the President pays an oversight role to the GCIS, which pays an oversight role over MDDA. Against that background, it is our observation based on records that that institution has been able to stabilize as we speak. One of the manifestations to that effect is that they've been able to get a clean audit. The GCIS has a media bulk buying unit that procures all types of media, including community media, while MDDA lobbies for funding and provides grant funding and other non-financial support to these small media enterprises. The stability in the institution has led to an engagement with telecommunication companies. Amongst us, we ended up having MOU with SIDA, NEMISA, MIST, SITA on sector training, and are looking forward for partners that can play various support roles to the sector. The entity, through the board and the Deputy Minister, has reopened discussions around the funding of MDDA by the commercial print media houses. At the moment, the sector has been given printing discounts. The entity, Honorable Deputy Speaker, will also be meeting COGTA and SALGA to galvanize support by municipalities to these entities. The entity launched its fundraising strategy on the 11th of March 2022 to identify new partners and lobby for more resources to fund the small media enterprises, including community media. The entity is also undertaking sustainability research, which will culminate into sustainability models aimed to assist SMEs in the areas of need and to ensure they are self-sustainable in the long term. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, can I use as an example some of your responses to make the point that I know we are talking to each other. This is members asking ministers to respond, but there's a public that's listening to us and they would like to hear what we are talking about. So when we abbreviate or use acronyms, we lose them. So can I plead that we, as a general practice, ministers and deputy ministers and members in the questions that we pose, that we speak a language which anybody listening to us immediately know what we are talking about. Media Diversity Development Agency, as an example. So I'm just pleading with you, with all of us, not just you, that will help, yeah. Especially because you're talking about what you call GCIS. I mean, like, government.
Do you want me to correct those abbreviations?
No,
okay.
I was just making it as a principal approach to communicating.
I accept your counseling. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hendrikse, it's your turn.
Thank you to the Minister for a very good and encouraging response. Minister, the members of the Media Development and Diversity Agency, MDDA, are appointed by the President and 2 more from the mainstream media. Question is whether the Minister will consider that members of the small media publishers also be represented on the Media Development and Diversity Agency board. It cannot be that advertising revenue goes to those media who promoted apartheid and media that creates a narrative that the country will be better served if apartheid returns to South Africa. Appointing a competent person representing small media publishers will help bring the 4th estate to order if the Minister wants this transformation. We cannot take 25 years for transformation. The advertising industry has been under fire this week by the Human Rights Commission. The Media Development and Diversity Agency can outsmart them. I look forward to the Minister's answer, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To the Honorable Member, I think what he raises is very important. I think we are open, Honorable Member, to reconfiguration of representation in MDDA that is going to add value, because we take seriously the issue of media diversity, especially to the extent that it ensures that small institutions in the sector are given energy and wings to fly. If therefore improving the board representation in the manner proposed, it's a matter we are prepared to look at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's hear Honorable Mkweba. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Mm-hmm. And thank you very much, Minister, with your response. But however, my supplementary question to you is that instead of calling for all 3 spheres of government to fund the small media enterprises, is it not the funding model of small media enterprises through the Media Development and Diversity Agency that needs to be revisited? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe to draw your attention, it's not the first time one interfaces with this agency. I interfaced it when I was also a member of Portfolio Committee at a given point in time. I think a lot of interventions we stay open to, even if it's the funding model that we need to speak about. Because where I'm sitting now, I can tell you that GCIS does actually give quite a number of these institutions. It buy platforms from them, except that the challenge is in the small commercial ones. One of the things that we're trying to deal with is to make sure that we get full records of their audience. But does it make it enough? No, a lot of them still don't access the funds as minimally required. Against that background, your point, Honorable Member, is taken that it's one of the issues on the table, like what other Honorable Member said about improving representation. Even model improvement needs to be looked at. If there's a case for improving the model, we'll have to deal with that, and we're open. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Bella.
Minister, given the short to medium term forecasts of low economic growth and thus reduced tax revenue for the public purse, it would seem highly unlikely that the government in any sphere would be able to increase advertorial support for community media as is suggested by the primary question. So would the minister therefore not agree that a more feasible approach, one in line with the president's call for social actors to work together more closely, would be one of partnership building and increased stakeholder collaboration, such as, if I can throw some ideas out, incentivizing low interest loan providers to help fund startup small commercial media operators and encouraging big corporates, especially in the retail sector, to buy more ad space in community media to reach their markets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thanks for reminding us about the call by the President for a new consensus where we leave no one behind. I guess when the President made that call, it is in essence in line with what you are saying, Honorable Member, that the call for a turnaround in the country and the resources required to support that call are of such a nature that working together we can do better. Therefore, I'll just maybe let you know, one of the big houses, the large print house media, had left the MDDA because of instability at a certain point in time. They're beginning to come back, and some of them are already making undertakings that they are going to talk to amongst one another to actually see a bigger picture, because a clearer society is a calmer society, and a calmer society is the better society to unleash its energy. And when the entire society unleashes its energy, there's a better chance for better impact in our economy. So in other words, it could not have been stated better than you have said, and your point is taken seriously in that context.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Komani.
Okay, let me come again, Chair. She seems as if she's struggling with the network. Minister, there are over 200 community radio stations in this country, and almost all of them are struggling to make ends meet and are laying the blame at the MDDA for lack of support. What is the government's conceptualization of the role of community radio stations as a tool of information sharing? What have you done to make sure that these stations are supported?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Mkalipi. I guess this government, it is this government that put the media diversity agents in place. Again, amongst other things it was responding to was to ensure the fruits of a participatory government, a people-centered government. Because a participatory government, which is people-centered, it's a government where the general societal level of clarity is very high. And the chances of transparency with regard to opportunities are also very high. Therefore, it is against that background that this government accepted that SABC on its own, even large houses on their own, are not an adequate capacity to inform society. Therefore, against that background, coming from our constitution, we remain committed to that, already based on what I've already said. That's why I've just said now, the entity has led the stability, my apology, the entity is also undertaking sustainability research, which will culminate into sustainability model, aim to assist the SMMEs in the areas of need and to ensure they are self-sustainable in the long term. And this research is not coming from the moon out of the blue, it's because it is actually affected by the issues that you have just raised, Honorable Member, that we can do better in that area. But there's a number of community media institutions that have benefited in this assistance. The story is in each province, but we do accept that a huge amount of work still needs to be done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 154 has been asked by the Honorable Mduni to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Minister. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ntuli, through the development interventions that are prioritized, the department is definitely witnessing a resilient public service. One of the clear factors shaping the performance of public services, the broad education and training environment that is currently in place. Over years, the DPSA, Department of Public Service and Administration, has been assisting departments in the development of their employees in a coordinated manner through the implementation of the Human Resource Development Strategic Framework for Public Service, supported by associated determinations, directives, guidelines, and other related subordinate legislations provided under the Public Service Act number 103 of 1994 as amended to guide them on how to, number one, plan and conduct education and training for employees, to conduct needs assessment for both employees and the organization, 3, alignment of human and capital resources, 4, put in place a monitoring and evaluation system for impact assessment. The implementation of these development initiatives within the public service contribute towards implementation of the National Human Resource Development Strategy of South Africa towards 2030 and the National Skills Development Plan 2030, both of which are aimed at ensuring that South Africa has adequate, appropriate, and high quality skills that contribute towards economic growth, employment creation, and social development using a combination of these measures. The National Development Plan suggests that in order to achieve a high quality public service, improving and maintaining infrastructure and conditions for economic development all require a professional public service and a capable state. This is quoted from the National Planning Commission report of 2011, page 365. One of the observations made by the National Development Plan is that public service faces a severe shortage of staff and specialized skills, especially in health, policing infrastructure, planning, and engineering, finance, and information technology. This adversely impacts not only frontline services,
but also the long-term planning and coordination. In line with the plan for building a capable, effective, and professional public service, the Department of Public Service and Administration has identified interventions which will contribute to the achievement of the above agenda. These interventions are to contribute to professionalization of public service by improving skills levels of existing employees by assisting them to acquire the requisite professional and technical qualifications in order for them to undertake their responsibilities in professional and competent manner, and also strengthening the talent pipeline by investing in youth and undergraduate students studying towards occupation considered scarce with a view to channel and retain them in the employ of the department, thereby increasing the capacity of the department. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your informative response. You elaborated and expatiated, and indeed we are educated in this house. But I wanted to ask a follow-up question on that one, to say the public service is a strategic and critical human resource for the nation. Are we nurturing this human resource? And is the nation experiencing the impact of this, or is it getting lost in the immediacy of challenges? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Public Service has developed a new human resource development strategic framework based on lessons learned from the previous and implemented human resource development strategy frameworks. Whilst a full impact study was not conducted, there has been evidence of improved performance due to the implementation of the strategic frameworks across public service. The new strategic framework builds on the work that was consulted with Cabinet Committee, which recommended further work, which the Department of Public Service and Administration is currently dealing with. Whilst there has been recorded improvement, including enhancement in human resource planning, filling of vacant positions, and performance management, the Department of Public Service and Administration is working on measures to build capacity through enhancements to individual employees, and how this links towards government performance. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gondwe.
House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, one of the reasons that the public service is failing our people and riddled with elements of corruption and fraud is due to the ruling party's entrenched practice of cadre deployment. I know you said in a previous response that there's nothing like that, but the minutes that we have access to indicate otherwise. So my question becomes, how will your department ensure that cadre deployment is totally rooted out of the recruitment and selection process in the public service?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Gonde, thank you for acknowledging that we've already dealt with the matter of cadre deployment, that it does not exist. Maybe you had already prepared the question, but it's fine. But one thing that I want to actually say to you is that we are a government that is viciously fighting corruption. Even if you may want to actually continue to create an impression that this government is corrupt, you should actually, with the same breath, manage to acknowledge the fact that this government is viciously fighting corruption, and this is based in the measures that are actually being put in place if you look at what we are doing from the Department of Public Service and Administration, there is a task team that's called the Integrity Discipline Task Team called TAU that was launched towards the end of last year. We're busy with lifestyle audits, and I know some of the questions will actually be bothering on lifestyle audits, and it's because of the fact that we are viciously fighting corruption. There is what is called a fusion center that was actually formed when there was allegations around the PPEs. And that fusion center has got all state organs that have got to do with a crime together so that we can be in the position in the first place to fast track, to have proper investigations and to fast track ways of actually dealing with matters of corruption within government. So this government, please listen carefully, is viciously fighting corruption. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mutsipe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, for many South Africans seeking assistance from public service for workers is a painful experience. From the conversation I have had with many members of the public, they claim, for instance, that it is now almost impossible to get services at Home Affairs offices without bringing officials to expedite your matter. What has caused the degeneration of the public service to this level? And what are you doing to salvage the image of the public service in the eyes of the public? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Mutsipe, for the question. But let me begin by saying to you, we are a government that manages to acknowledge the shortfalls within government. We're not saying we are a perfect government, but we know that we are a government that is delivering. You're making reference to Home Affairs. We know the kind of flaws that we've got within Home Affairs, but we actually also acknowledge the good work that our Department of Home Affairs is actually doing for us. And what is important moving forward is actually also, Honourable Mutsipe, to try and manage to understand all the deliverables that are actually coming from various departments. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question is by the Honourable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister, resilience is one thing, and we appreciate that you acknowledge the flaws of the public service as well. But we all know that one can only do so much with what you have to work with in the way of resources, such as ICT equipment, adequate office space and facilities, technical support, and the like. South Africans are bombarded with service delivery problems, as previous speaker has also mentioned, such as driver's licenses that can't be printed, medical staff having to buy their own supplies, water and electricity to public service buildings being shut off due to non-payment, dilapidated office spaces, and the list is never ending. Does your department see the working environment and conditions of public service employees as an important priority? Do you agree that some work under impossible conditions? And what is your department's plan to address these conditions that, despite the best efforts of some public servants, make their work and proper service delivery impossible? Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. What I actually just want to say in response to the question that has just been put forward is that as the Department of Public Service, it's our duty to continue to work towards effective and efficient public service. It is our duty to actually build a capable state. And this is actually demonstrated in a manner in which we will actually put measures in place to ensure that we actually capacitate our public servants in order for them to actually be in the position to manage to perform in their duties maximally. If you look at public service and you look at the kind of provisions that we actually make towards capacitating public service servants, you will realize that, like I've indicated earlier, there's a whole lot of education and training that goes on within public service, and that is meant for capacitating public services, where we actually realize that there is a need, like you're actually saying that there are areas where there is a little bit of chaos or maybe things are not working okay. Once we identify that, we actually make it a point that we make the necessary interventions in order for us to be sure that public service will continue to operate in an effective and efficient way, also taking into consideration the most important principle that we actually apply, which is the Batupili principle, because we take the people of South Africa serious. And we know that public servants are there to offer services to our people as we have promised them. And this is a promise as a government we intend keeping. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Question number 147 has been asked by the Honorable D. Kasa, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable the Minister.
Oh, thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you to the Honorable Member. Let me start just by saying that the Community Works Program remodeling process was designed to be a journey rather than an event. Our intent is to experiment with new and innovative ways to maximize the impact on our limited resources on poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We are still in the early stages of this remodeling process. Although there's been a significant improvement on the operational side, improving the actual impact of the Community Works Program will be evident over the medium term, that is 1 to 2 years. The new Community Works Program implementation policy, as well as the updated service level agreements, have so far had an impact in the following areas. Implementing agents were appointed through an open competitive bidding process and had to compete on the price or percentage project management fees. This resulted in an overall reduction in the total project management fees due to implementing agents. Both the policy and service level agreement addressed the operational shortcomings that resulted in material irregularities previously identified by the Auditor General. Unlike the previous model, implementing agents' project management fees are now based on actual financial performance. All procurement above 100,000 by implementing agents are now also verified by the Department of Cooperative Governance, Supply Chain Management, to ensure compliance with applicable legislation and regulations. In the short term, this resulted in procurement delays, including training due to several implementing agents adjusting to procuring on a fully compliant manner. We are, however, confident that these arrangements will have a positive impact in future. Savings realized through improved procurement processes and reduction project management fees were utilized to increase the participant stipends for 8-day participants from 780 to 840, and for 20-day participants from 2,540 to 2,600 per month. That is 7.7% and 2.3% respectively. savings were further utilized to increase the total participation target from 250,000 to 255,000. In terms of the new implementation policy, the department has direct oversight over the development and implementation of site business plans and training plans aimed at improving the positive impact on the community works program, on public goods and services, and on participant skills development. The department is in the process of developing its internal skills base to provide the direction needed in the areas of useful work and training. The full impact of this new approach will therefore be realized over the medium term. While the community works program... Oh.
Sesiphelile isikhathi kodwa ungaqhubeka ngoba sawupha omunye umzuzu uqedele.
Okay.
Dalala Minister.
Okay. I also wanted to say as part of our progressive remodeling, we also got NYDA to work in the public works program, but only in one province. They have been able to facilitate 100 youth participants to exit approximately into the tourism and retail value chains. The NYDA does not receive project management fees, but only rather reimburse for actual program overheads. We have seen that actual overheads are approximately 4% of the program's budget compared to project management fees of implementing agents ranging from 5 to 6.5.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. The first supplementary question is asked by the Honorable Pasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Over the past 3 financial years, the Agrarian Revolution Program, which has been a dedicated program of the Community Works Program, was allocated 324 million to fund its 36 projects across 7 provinces: the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, Free State, and the Western Cape. But several non-profit organizations, which were implementing agencies, exceeded their budgets but had not completed the project. What is the status of these projects following the implementation of the remodeled CWP program? Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Babxasa. Nanoma bonga bonakali kahle kodwa ke izwi lona besilizwa. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The department between April and December 2021 verified all projects and expenditure in the Agrarian program. All Agrarian projects were put on hold during this period. The verification process confirmed that in several cases, Agrarian projects were poorly managed with inadequate business plans. The department has not yet paid the NPOs the 5% retained portion of their project management fees for the April 2018 to 2021. The verification process will enable the department to hold the NPOs accountable and to recover the funds from the NPOs where necessary. The department is currently finalizing plans to complete existing projects during this 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable E.R.J. Spies.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Can we protect the chair?
Honorable Minister, the people on the ground simply does not have 1 to 2 years to wait for this remodeling plan. Minister, on the 1st of February, I received complaints from community works program workers from the Langeberg and Gordon districts, respectively ranging from not receiving their salaries to not having equipment and none being procured. Minister, it is now 5 to 6 months after this progressive remodeling policy implementation plan. Call it what you want. The situation remains the same. Minister, can you give us your assurance that no irregular expenditure whatsoever will be incurred on the community works program in this financial year?
Thank you, Honorable Spies. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We do acknowledge that period that there was a problem, but the problem was due to the connectivity issue at CETA. So the servers were down, so we were not able to pay just during that period. But subsequently and before, they were paid, and subsequently they are being paid. And when we say the impact, for instance, if you look at what NYDA has been able to do, it's been able to train the CWP so that they could even exit the program and go into tourism, into retail, and they'll be going in other areas, because that was originally what the CWP was meant to do. But unfortunately, it wasn't doing that. The implementing agents were not training young people so that they can have skills, portable skills that they can take and exit the program and get jobs or create jobs themselves. So they were just recycling the same participants without them getting the skills. So we are improving. It's not the same as I say. And even the amount that they are charging us, we have been able to reduce. So there is progress, but I cannot say that you can change CWP overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kalipi.
Ngiyabonga Chair. I hope Minister ngokuthi ngithanda una impendulo kulombuzo wami. Is a follow-up question. Minister, your department allocates annual budgets for the community works programs. This kind of work is permanent in nature, but people are employed on rotational, temporal basis. Why have you not considered using this budget allocation to employ people on a permanent basis to do exactly the kind of work that CWP workers do? For instance, to fix potholes, to fix water leaks, to clear alien vegetations, and so on and so on. Ukuze abantu bakithi babe nomsebenzi permanent, not lamanqampu department yakho mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe ebanika yona. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Ngiyamthanda vele Honorable Khaliphi somphendula. Lolu hlelo lwaluveli lingazange lidalelwe ukuthi luqasha abantu full time. Lwalidalela ukuthi lilekelela abantu abangenawo umsebenzi, abangenazo skills ukuthi baqeqeshwe ukuze bakwazi ukuthola imisebenzi, bakwazi futhi mhlambe ukuziqalela imisebenzi yabo. Kodwa ke esikutholile masifika kulomnyango ukuthi abakwenzi laba abaqashela ukwenza. Yiwo ke sesithi indlela yokusebenza siyayishintsha ukuze kwenzeke ngalendlela okufanele kwenzeke ngayo, ukuthi baqeqesheke bakwazi ukuyothola imisebenzi noma bakwazi ukuqala imisebenzi. Khona manje khona uhlelo nje esisal pilot lokuthi sisebenze ne construction center, sisebenze nomasipala, siqeqeshe labantu be-CWP ukuthi bakline idolobha bavale imigodi. Uma sebenawo lamakhono, umasipala usengabaqasha-ke ukuthi babheke imigwaqo ukuthi makuba nama-potholes bakwazi ukuyivala. So senza kanjalo, kodwa uma sovele sithi nje no abaqashwe full time, kusho ukuthi kokuqala bazoba mbalwa kabi abantu abazoqashwa, kanti lokhu kusiza abantu abawu-2,500, 550,000. Uma sesizothi abaye komasipala bonke full time, kusho ukuthi abambalwa abazoqashwa. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Flangwa.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, please, may you confirm if the new 2021 Community Work Program policy has in any way impact the number of communities, the number of municipalities that are able to offer the CWP, as well as the number of employment opportunities created. Further, please confirm the number of municipalities that have implemented the new policy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
The number of sites have not necessarily increased, but the number of participants have increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 163 has been asked by the Honorable M. Gondwe to the Minister of Public Service and Administration, the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Gondwe, the report is the outcome of an investigation. The mandate of investigating belongs solely to the South African Police Service. The SAPS is in charge of investigations and would be in a better position to provide answers in terms of the numbers that have been investigated relating to the fraudulent transactions or fraudulent applications for the 350 grants. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question, the Honorable Gondwe.
Honorable Deputy Minister, the Office of the Auditor General found that at least 5,812 public servants fraudulently applied for and received the SRD grant. And you say you take the people of this country seriously, but to date, these 5,812 public servants who stole money from the state during a pandemic are still in the employ of the state. My question is very simple, Honorable Minister. When are the cases involving these public servants who unlawfully applied for and benefited from this SRD grant going to be finalized? And when will the implicated public servants be fired and arrested? You take corruption in a serious light. You're dealing with it viciously. Thank you. Why hasn't anything happened?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Gondo. Basically, the question says, or the information that you actually managed to get says the 5,000 had applied. And now remember, we live in a constitutional democracy where there's got to be fairness. Where there is an allegation, it needs to be fair. And there must be that due process that actually takes place. But what you're actually saying to me now is that these people must just be punished because there has been allegations that they have actually applied fraudulently for the 350 rands grants. And basically the initial response to your question was that
Department of Public Service and Administration, we are not investigating any cases. It's a mandate of the South African Police Service. And also remember, 350 range grants have got to also do with SASSA, and SASSA has got a ministry that is responsible for it. So probably maybe your answers lie somewhere, but not within the Department of Public Service and Administration. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Wakube, you want to make a point of order?
House Chair.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Wakube.
House Chair.
Point of order.
House Chair, I'm rising on Rule 134 of the National Assembly rules, which states that questions are given to ministers ahead of time. And when the minister or the deputy minister deemed it that it was not in her purview to answer the question around consequence management of people in the public service, she should have flagged it to Parliament so that either the question can be revised or reposed, or a different question would be answered. But ministers can't come here and then simply pass the buck to other members of cabinet. It's unacceptable and it makes a mockery of this whole session.
Honorable members, the session for question and answer is meant it's meant for the public out there, let alone ourselves. So the minister or the deputy minister should, of course, use the best opportunity if he has to answer the questions. But they always do their best in answering those questions. If members of parliament are not happy with that, there are processes to follow. But for now, we need to, in the House, we need to accept what the ministers and how the deputy ministers answer the questions. I'm not prepared to argue, honorable members. Honorable Macpherson.
Chair, I'd like to rise on Rule 1383, where it says that the minister may authorize his or her deputy to reply to a question. And I assume that that was done in the case of the deputy minister. But it also says that they must be able to respond competently to any permissible supplementary questions that may be asked. Now, I'd put to you, Chair, that the deputy minister is not competent to be able to reply to these questions if she is simply saying, I don't know the answer, go and ask somebody else. So I'd like you to rule on the competence of the deputy minister to answer the question.
Honorable Macpherson.
But you are this.
Honorable Macpherson. Order, honorable members. Honorable Macpherson. Honorable members, may I advise that please let us not use words that will cause tension in the House. It's not necessary.
It's the rules.
We are seized with very important issues. So let us not allow a situation where the House goes out of order into chaos unnecessarily. Let's not use words of that nature. Honorable Macpherson. It might be in the rules as you understand it, but I've already made my input on that. Honorable Hatebe, I see raise hand.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think that if the member has got any complaint about what the minister has, the deputy minister has answered to, he has a place to go to, which is known as the Rules Committee. He can raise that issue there. Even if he condemns your ruling, he can still also go to the Rules Committee to raise that. But we cannot have a debate on the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Chair.
The second, Honorable Wakube, I have ruled on the matter.
Is Mkhalibi.
I have ruled on the matter. I would like to entertain an argument between ourselves. I have ruled on the matter.
Chair.
No, you can. No, you're not. Thank you. The second supplementary question. Do I hear another?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Chief Whip. Are you rising, Honorable Chief Whip? Yes. Oh, Khalipi.
Yeah, Chair. No, you have ruled on the
Honorable Member.
Yes, Chair. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have ruled correctly on the matter. So why Honorable Hatebe is repeating what you have said? That is my concern.
Thank you, Honorable.
Just want attention at all.
Shall we continue, Honorable Members? Shall we go ahead, please?
Attention.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister andinawo umbuzo uyiche yonke. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The third supplementary question. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sitole. All our honorable members.
Thank you,
Sitole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, in relation to the fraudulent of 350 grant applications in payment, please provide details of the new security mechanism that have been introduced to prevent such fraud, from introduced to prevent such fraud from happening again. If fraud prevention mechanism has not been introduced, tell us why not been introduced and what will be the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sitole. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Nangabo Uzwile.
Thank you, House Chair. It was a little bit difficult to hear what the Honorable Member was actually saying, but briefly, I could pick up that he's actually worried about moving forward, whether we will still find ourselves in a situation where people successfully or fraudulently manage to access grants. A situation I would actually say that we are confident that because on an ongoing basis, we keep on improving our systems, that such a thing will actually be prevented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable C.C. Motsepe.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, it is not only the matter of social grants. Many public servants are owning businesses and are getting contract from the state. This paints a picture of a state that has no idea of what their public servants are doing, or a state that simply does not care about the corruption in the public service. Why have you failed to monitor and able to assist and eradicate corrupt activities of public servants who engaged in corrupt activities? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I have actually indicated earlier that we are steadfast as a government in fighting corruption. And yes, of course. And measures continue to be strengthened, to be put in place to ensure that we fight corruption. And I've indicated of the number of systems that have actually been put in place to fight corruption, including what we call TAU, which is the technical integrity and disciplinary task team that's supposed to actually help us to monitor corruption. They're supposed to actually, across government, they're supposed to actually help us to make interventions where there is corruption. And this is why we now have what we call ethical officers that TAU will be working with across government that will actually help in every government department to manage to identify where there is wrongdoing and to actually put measures in place to ensure that action and decisive action will be taken to deal with any public servant that is actually doing something that is wrong, so that we shouldn't actually continue to just come with allegations that are not substantiated and just accuse in general public servants. Remember, when you talk about public servants, you talk about people who are taking care of the people of South Africa, and we need to be careful about how we talk about them. These are the people who wake up every morning to go and deliver services across government for South Africans, for the lives of South Africans to be improved, for the lives of South Africans to be developed. And this is why, therefore, fairness means when we talk about public servants, and we know from amongst the public servants of officials, there are those that are doing things that are wrong, but we shouldn't actually paint them with the same brush. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Question number 172 has been asked by the Honorable Matumba to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The question is about the total amount that is paid by metropolitan councils paying the outsourcing security guards per annum. Now, we have been able to get figures from the metros, from 5 metros, and that is the City of Cape Town, which in 2020-2021 paid 1.214 billion. And then Buffalo City, 13.6 million. Mangaung, 92.9 million. eThekwini 1.056 billion. Nelson Mandela 2.62 million. These we've been able to verify with the cities themselves. But when we looked into the annual financial reports, Eguruleni is 447.3 million. And the city of Joburg is 43.5 million. But as I say, until now, we're still waiting for them to verify the figures. Tshwane, we couldn't find the figures. They say that they do not disaggregate the security. They put it under contracted services. So they are still going to disaggregate it for us. So we don't have any figure for Tshwane. Then B says the municipality that are responsible for, no, the point B wants to know whether what would the difference be in cost if the security guards were insourced. Now, we did ask this question from the municipalities, which are of course responsible for doing that. And we have not got responses from all of them. I will just talk about those that have already given us the responses. Buffalo City says that one permanently employed security guard costs the metro 274,032 rands per annum. But then they say they cannot compare that with outsourced security guards because the outsourced security guards come with their own arms, and they also come with an armed backup response, and therefore they cannot compare. It would be like not comparing apples to apples, but comparing apples to something else. That's the answer they've given us. Manga Wu says that within the timelines provided, it was not possible to provide complete and accurate figures. However, based on an assessment of average cost per security guard, they estimate that to insource the security guards would be approximately 20% more than their current cost. And that in figures would be about 18.7 million that they would have to pay more if they were insourcing. eThekwini gave us this response that the municipality did not calculate the cost for insourcing services. However, they are anticipating that the cost would be double due to the shift system. The City of Cape Town Municipality said it's not in a position to respond to the question as it has not done an analysis to compare outsourcing and insourcing. Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality has already insourced almost all the security guards that previously guarded its assets when they were employed by private contractors. The municipality has not outsourced any security guarding to outside companies.
Thank you very much.
Costs.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Matumba.
Okay, Chair, I will assist
Okay.
on behalf of Honorable Matumba. Minister, under the previous administration of City of Johannesburg, whereby Herman Mashaba, assisted by the EFF, insourced security guards and actually saved a lot of money that ordinarily went to labor brokers. Labor brokers constitute one of the biggest costs to municipalities for rendering services that municipalities themselves can perform if they employ people directly. Why has the government resisted calls for the eradication of labor broking in order to employ people directly? What does the government benefit from labor brokers other than the kickbacks given to senior officials? Thank you very much, Minister.
The Honorable Minister.
Oh, no, thank you very much. I cannot really answer on the kickbacks given to officials because I don't have evidence of that. So I cannot respond to that. I've not come across the officials who are getting kickbacks from labor brokers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kasa.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I am visible now. The Honorable Minister, according to a report compiled by the City of Johannesburg's Group Forensics and Investigation Services, the project to insource security and cleaning services that was implemented by the DA, led by Mr. Masha, as was indicated by the previous speaker. They got a report that indicated that the services, after insourcing, cost them 1.2 billion instead of a projected 557 million due to irregularities and poor oversight. Is the Minister aware of this report and what steps are being taken to hold those responsible accountable. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will follow up that matter and I will come back and give the response to the Minister because I've not I've not. Sorry,
Honorable Minister, you can go ahead.
House Chair, I was just saying that I will follow up on that question.
Honorable members.
I'll follow up on that question and bring a full answer to the honorable member. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question is asked by the Honorable Brank.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, I joined this meeting from Msunduzi local municipality in KZN, where the municipality doesn't have many security guards, either in-sourced or otherwise. In fact, the municipality hardly has qualified personnel to attend to basic services. Residents suffer power and water outages of days on end, and this is a municipality under provincial administration. You know, I've written to you about this case. Can the minister please agree to dispatch civil and electrical engineers from the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency to at least assist Msunduzi and the community to stabilize the service infrastructure in this municipality?
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brink. I will indeed speak to MISA and see if they can do that. But we are also assisting Msunduzi by taking some of the CWP, training them through the CITALs to try and look at maintaining and closing boreholes and cleaning the city. But I will do that, Mr. Brink. I'll talk to MISA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zondo. Honorable Zondo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think Honorable Zondo has a bad connection in network. Let me take his question. Thank you. Honorable Minister, this challenge, no. Honorable Minister, with regard to the insourcing of security guards, which has been shown to be more cost-effective in metropoles, such as eThekwini. Will your departmental policy in this regard also be favoring unemployed members of defense and military veterans who have the required skills but currently find themselves unemployed? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Even though that is an idea that is good, I would agree with, but we don't have the authority to prescribe to the municipalities and metros how to carry on their employment. But as an idea, it's something that you can discuss, but we have no authority to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 151 has been asked by the Honorable M. Piri to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable Deputy
Minister, so that gas prayer everyone. This can't tell la COVID.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You were not here earlier on. I was indicating that the minister is in a very serious discussion in New York as I'm answering the questions for her here. The process of institutionalizing National Strategic Plan on GBV started during 2020-21 financial year. This has enabled the department to gradually monitor and enforce accountability, compliance with reporting by departments. And I do want to say, Chairperson, that the minister really does that. Any cabinet minister who's there will tell you that she watches for this because she wants to make sure that the institutionalization of this national strategic plan happens, not for us, but in particular for the women of South Africa. Also, Chairperson, I want to add that this is something that needs a buy-in from both political and administration. And I can tell you that the African National Congress has the political will to make sure that this is implemented, and the administrative will is also happening, but we need to try and strengthen it so that the National Strategic Plan is properly institutionalized. Currently, we have an average of 25 departments consistently reporting on a monthly basis to the presidency. The department has undertaken sensitization and capacity building sessions to ensure the integration of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide within institutional plans and budgets, both at national, provincial, district, and local municipalities. And as you are all aware, we have the district development model, and we're hoping that through this new model, we are going to be able to ensure that this is enforced. On a regular basis, the department assesses the integration of the National Strategic Plan priorities into the departmental plans and integrated development plans. In the financial year 2021-22, the department assessed draft departmental plans to ensure integration of priorities. And this is really a very difficult task even for us as ministers, because we have to go through all the documents to make sure that all the annual plans are aligned. To increase reach, the department, through support from European Union, is in the process of appointing technical monitors and data capturers in 3 pilot provinces, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. And currently, the department is leading in the establishment of multi-sectoral rapid response teams at local levels and will coordinate planning and responses. 4 provinces have finalized their National Strategic Plan on GBV implementation plans. These are the Western Cape, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. The 5 remaining provinces, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and Northwest, we have started working on their implementation plans, but have not yet completed. The process has been very intensive, requiring provinces to adequately customize National Strategic Plan on GBV. In provinces that currently do not have aligned provincial GBV and F plans, the department continuously organizes information sessions to localize National Strategic Plan and support the establishment of rapid response teams. Yesterday, Chairperson, fortunately I was also in this meeting, we had an opportunity to engage with the Department of Youth, Women and People with Disability Portfolio Committee on the National Council GBVF bill for establishment of the council. A number of issues were raised in the portfolio committee, which we will be addressing to fast track implementation of NSP on GBVF targets to ensure maximum impact. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mpiri.
Ndiyalibuwa mdzulachitulo abantendere ndiroshe hindu ndiroshe bathoniphe ndichiri khamufareli bommeli ndikwezulu badomfarela maranda ndichingari arali basa khou pfa abambare udzaipfi uri vha kone u interpreteliwa zwavhuḓi. Mudzulatshidulo, Minister, my part is that if you can't understand a vendor, you must put on your headset, but I'll continue with vendor for a translation. Mudzulatshidulo, ngauri vhuḓifhinduleli ha u vhona uri mbekanyamushumo dza tshumelo ndi dza muhasho. Honeha, muhasho u ḓo ita mini kana maga afhio a uri u sa shuma zwavhuḓi kha u konyana mbekanyamushumo dza u tambudzwa ha vhafumakadzi na vhana zwi si dovholole kana zwi si bvele phanḓa uri zwi sa shume zwavhuḓi. Muhasho wavho u ḓo ita mini? Ndo livhuwa.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Tembo.
Sorry, sorry, House Chair. May I rise on a point of order? I'm sure you're aware there was no translation in the chamber. May I rise on a point of order?
I can give you a translation.
Honorable Piri, you still have some time. Can you please do it? Yeah, but she must provide an answer. Honorable, can I check with Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister, are you at home? The reason why I'm asking.
Indaba ukuthi sonke sila eSouth Africa kuyafuneka ukuthi sizame by all means ukuthi siwafunde ama language wethu. Angikwazi ukuthi ngingakhuluma isiRussia ngingamuzwa yena. Angikwazi ukukhuluma isiFrench nesiPortuguese nako konke ngibe ngingamuzwa yena. Kodwa ke Chairperson kuyenzeka sometimes ukuthi umuntu mayekhuluma uthola ukuthi okunye kuyakulahlekela. But ke besides si organize ngapha kwa ANC ungitshelile umember ukuthi yabona ke namhlanje ngizokushaya ngelanguage yami ngizofuna ukuthi ungizwe ukuthi ngithini. So ngiyaphendula ke manje Chairperson uxolise nje ukuthi angizukwazi ukumphendula ngelanguage yakhe ngoba ngizovele ngipitizise bese kuba kubi. Ithi ngibuyele kulesingisi sami angifune ukupitizisa.
It will help, Honorable Minister. I think it will help if maybe you can give your answer in English so that.
Yes, I will give it in English.
Ngoba nami nje la ngihleli khona ngizwe nje ukukhuluma nge-load shedding angazi ukuthi be.
Chairperson, I will wait ngoba wena uzwanga uzwe u-load shedding mina ngizwe umbuzo so ngizolinda.
Honorable Swanks, I'm sure it will be taken care of. That would, your English will take care of it. Honorable Minister.
Kuzofuneka ukuthi kube nama-class omunye ngapha uthi uzwe yena ihashi mina ngizwa ihashi Chairperson. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Chairperson. Yebo ngaconfirma nje ngisho ukuthi work is underway to strengthen coordination of a multi-sectoral national response. And ngisho nje Chairperson kyathepha ukuliyena wangukuhlwa ke ubuwa sizulu awuthi sizulu wabona wan disappointed mina wasudla basika arabela. So in order to address some of the weaknesses that were identified in the inaugural review of the implementation of the NSP, the department is fast-tracking the establishment of structures at provincial, local levels, such as Provincial Directors General Forum, the rapid response teams, and the placement of monitoring and evaluation experts in premier offices in 3 provinces, namely Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. Chair, we move from the premise that protection and safety of women and girls can be achieved only through coordinated, collective, and sustained action. And I do want to say, Chairperson, that we've also got a bit of history in this one from a position of how do you coordinate it, how do we institutionalize it. It's 27 years since we started. It was very hard. 1 minute issues that are related, offices or structures that are related to gender-based violence were usually either in the Premier's office, and then they would not get the attention they get, they are shifted to another. And I think the fact that we have this department in particular, it gives it a chance not only to monitor, but also to make sure that those that are following on the issues of gender-based violence, they themselves are assisted in understanding what is this schedule we're talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we have repeatedly asked you
to specify what collaborate efforts you have undertaken with the police and the Department of Home Affairs in order to fight against gender-based violence. We have not received any answer with for the paper it is written on. Every quarter in this country, over 10,000 women are raped. What have you done in cooperation with the police to ensure that this truth for all rape of South African women stops? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I would agree with the member in terms of ensuring that whatever we do must not end up written on paper. It's got to be something that is practically implemented, but also we can see the impact of it by the reduction of the number of women that are abused, the number of women who are killed, the number of children that are killed. But I can assure you, Honorable Member, that between the Minister of my ministry, which is the Ministry of Social Development, the police, which is the ministry, Minister Peggy Cele, and of course the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability, we do have coordinated plans. Practically, even this morning, the Minister of Police, Minister Peggy Cele, was presenting to us the coordinated plan. But I do want to say, Honorable Member, it's one thing to have these things that government is planning to do and the police doing the best that they can to go and catch the perpetrators and all that. The whole issue of gender-based violence in South Africa is about behavioral change. And the behavioral change is not something that can be enforced only by us as the political people. It is the responsibility of every member of society to do so. And in the South African context, the painful part of it is that it looks like the only women who are dying or the only women who are being beaten is only Black women. Let me tell you, this issue is a problem of all women across the board, whether we are white or whether we are whatever, whether we are EFF or IFP, it doesn't matter. Violence against women gets into our homes, and therefore, this is one issue that we should by all means avoid politicizing and just work together as a nation and say, how do we end this sketch that is making look like monsters to the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Slengwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson Makeb. Honorable Minister, this challenge appears to be one that is cutting all sectors, both public and private. What are you specifically doing to enhance and promote gender awareness in workplace and conducive empowerment environment for women in general? And what challenges are you facing in this regard? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister. Honorable members. Malander.
Are you saying to me that? What is again?
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether you were hearing what the honorable member is saying, but I can see what I was wrong.
Yeah, I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I don't know whether the member is referring to me when he said, I don't know what is banana or hanana, but wanana. What is the meaning of that? And what? I'm a small girl.
Honorable members.
I'm a small girl. Do you think I'm a girl?
Honorable members.
I am a grandmother at home.
Honorable Sangwa.
No, I need an apology. I need an apology in this one. I need an apology because it's a disgrace to me, even to my children at home. Thank you.
Honorable members, please. Is it Honorable Matloa? Honorable Matloa, did you say that?
Honorable Chair, I referred to the former Minister Manana. I mentioned his name because her question was relevant to the former Minister Manana.
Honorable members, I honestly did not hear what he said, but this will be followed up, and I will respond.
House Chairperson, I'll report this to my Chief Whip because this is an insult to me. Thank you.
I will make a follow-up on that, Madam Chairman. I'll definitely make a follow-up. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yo, ngiyasabu kuyingena le ngoba mangangena kungaketuka amatafula. Cha angizwingena. Ngiyabonga kakhulu mama for umbuzo wakho, and umbuzo wakho really also hits the nail on the head. As I said earlier on, ukuthi it's important for us to deal with this scourge across the board, but particularly yours is talking about the fact that it is a cross-cutting issue, and I fully agree, but it is also an issue that sometimes is hidden in the workplace. And therefore, as a department, not only the Department of Women, but government in general, we have been calling, and of course you know that there are organizations like COSATU and the rest of them who fight for the rights of workers, and unions, they fight for the rights of workers. They never lose sight of bringing onto the table the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. The challenges that we face is about acceptability, one, by the employer accepting the fact that it is their responsibility to make sure that even within their employment contracts and everything, the issue of gender-based violence is something that is reflected there, but it is also about accountability. And unfortunately, in many instances, workers who are not protected, when they go and report, it ends up there in the boardrooms and all. So it's important for workers to ensure that even if they don't belong to unions, they must know their rights. They must know where they have to go to when the issues arise. But it starts with in the private sector, because you're talking about the private sector. It's about the private sector creating a conducive environment for women or any other person who's being abused. But in the main, it is women that get abused, to be able to go somewhere and report and make sure that action is taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. This is going to be the last supplementary question. And by the look of things, once that has been done, we shall have passed the clock, the hour. And once that happens, I will have to take the appropriate action. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Swaps.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Acting Minister. Minister, at the end of January this year, the President assented to a number of important amendment bills to strengthen the fight against gender-based violence. These are the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Amendment Bill, the Criminal Related Matters Bill, and the Domestic Violence Bill. And they cover a wide range of issues. They are victim-centered and are aimed at protecting the vulnerable. Now, I'm sure you're also aware of these bills in terms of being the Minister of Social Development. Now, arising from your response in the Acting Minister capacity, to what degree are the departments, and of course, all of us, it's incumbent upon all of us, spreading the message about these very important bills so that the public is aware of these important amendments. For example, the domestic violence bill that one can now apply online for orders for protection. I think it's very key that the public are informed about these far-reaching bills, which we support, but we all need to accept responsibility. And I appreciate the fact that you emphasize behavioral change, you emphasize that it affects everyone in society, and previously you've obviously also referred to the importance of families in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that follow-up question. Yes, I think we have to do much more in terms of making the public aware. And we have to do much more to strengthen the families, because I believe, and we believe, and as government also, we believe that we have to do something in supporting the families. It is for that reason, for instance, that the Department of Social Development is responsible for mobilizing, supporting, advocating, even amongst those organizations that are based in communities. But also it's about ensuring that where there is a broader reach, like faith-based organizations, religious organizations, they have people coming to their churches every Sunday. These are the platforms where such bills must be explained to the people. We've got radio stations, both from the SABC and any other, including your community radio stations. These are the stations where we have to use. But I think the last one for me, which is very important, is the work that is being done by parliamentarians in their oversight and holding us accountable as the executive, because I believe every time you go to your constituencies, you must not lose sight of this problem of gender-based violence, and you must continue to hold us accountable in terms of the finances that you are spending. Because here, Honorable Swart, when I look at how much money we are spending on NPOs, which are supposed to be doing this work, we spend 8.2 billion per year. That money does not come, it comes to us, but we take it to the different NPOs and NGOs. And I personally believe that those NGOs must not necessarily be an extension of government. No, I'm saying they are given resources by this government to make sure that they render those services. And we've got guidelines as to exactly how do they get the funds, what must they do with the funds. Where I think there's a weakness is in the monitoring and evaluation, because if they were doing their work, the impact should be felt in the different communities. So I do believe your question is actually almost like a message to us that do better than you are doing in terms of making sure that people are aware of the good work. We develop the policy, we sit long hours doing that. It comes to Parliament, to the portfolio committees. You spend so much time going through it. And once it is adopted, it must not be something that's folded and put away. Communities, we must strengthen our institutions so that communities know that they've got institutional recourse. It's one thing to have a policy nicely written, it's another for people to feel that the institutions are not actually adequately responding to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, as already stated, the remarks attributed to Honorable Maklua and which clearly caused offense to the Honorable Shengwa were not clearly heard by myself, the Chair. We will refer to Hansard to check if the remarks were recorded. In instances where the remark is not captured, we rely on the integrity of members to state clearly what was said when called upon to do so by the Chair. I will therefore revert to Hansard. Thank you, Honorable
Chairperson. May I rise and ask the Honorable Member to to forgive me and I apologize. I've never offended for the last 12 years that I'm a member of parliament. I've never offended anyone in this house. And I would like you to take my word that I said manana. The honorable members follow-up question referred to gender-based violence.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable McLuhan. We will take it. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed and answered. That concludes the business for the day. The House
Don't leave the chair.
Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.